On Gaza during the night. We can barely connect and call each other. Yesterday was one of the hardest days on me and my family, not only because I had to evacuate to southern Gaza, but because I had to basically choose between staying with my parents, my father and my mother. They decided to stay in our home in central Gaza City because they believe that this is a second Nakba for the Palestinian people, and that people should not leave their homes, even if the Israeli airstrikes killed them or whatever. They should not leave their homes. And at the same time, I had to leave with my husband and my two children who are twins, 5 years old, and I had to leave to take care of them and to keep them safe in southern Gaza. It was such a hard experience. I mean, I am 33 years of age and I have never ever witnessed or thought that I will be witnessing and living something like that. Yesterday, I was one of the most lucky people to basically find a car. However, I saw hundreds, thousands of people taking this route on their feet.
The humanitarian situation in Gaza is worsening after Israel cut water, food and electricity supplies. Some residents say drinking water could run out very soon, with water tankers running low on petrol and hospitals running low on spare water.
There is no water or electricity. Now the children are bottling water. As you can see, we are suffocating. Israel cut us off from water and electricity and created a crisis. There is no water in my house. We go to Al Shifa hospital because there is water and electricity. They do not want to provide us with water or electricity because of the war.
I have 4 trucks. I take them out and my sons work on the trucks. They are filling up with water for the citizens. And there is a crisis. A few moments ago, I went to fill up with diesel fuel, but there was no fuel. I only have 2 trucks now, and then the diesel will run out. There is no water at all. There is no gas or electricity to make the water work. No one wants to give us water. All this is because of the war. They destroyed us. They bombed whole squares. They destroyed everything here.
The situation is very difficult regarding water, and this company is the last company in the Gaza Strip that's currently bottling water. God knows what will happen in 2 or 3 days, given the circumstances we are living in. The coming days, I expect, will be difficult, because the enemy is not interested in ending the ongoing violations on the Gaza Strip. It bombs empty homes and homes with children and elderly people inside. The situation is getting more difficult.
Israel says its reserve soldiers are preparing for the next stage of operations around the Gaza Strip. And our correspondent Stephanie Free has more from Tel Aviv.
Israel as much has said this will be a long campaign because Israel essentially is talking about a no tolerance for what we saw a week ago today. No tolerance that it will never happen again. And, you know, I know Noor was talking about that heartfelt and emotional run from her home. That's the way the Jews feel here. The Israelis feel that their grandparents were killed. 6 million Jews killed during the Holocaust. They saw a slaughter, a massacre by what are being called terrorists from Hamas that came into Israel a week ago. The Israeli government says they're not going to allow that to happen again. They will not see a repeat of World War II. So, yes, it looks like possibly there is a ground campaign that's imminent. Any mixed area, any areas where you have a mixing of the Jewish and Muslim populations right now, or Arab-Israeli, there's a tremendous amount of tension. The West Bank, there has been a tremendous amount of tension. What I understand is that, or the reports are that 4 people in the West Bank, they came toward a border area between Israel and the West Bank with explosives. Some of those exploded. They were going to put more along the fence that divides the 2 areas. And so the forces there shot and killed 4 people. But again, tremendous amount of tension. I can tell you we feel it here. And whenever there is interaction between Muslims, Jews right now, and that's because of the situation. And each side is sort of, which happens in these extreme situations.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has called for the 2-state solution to address the Palestinian issue to achieve peaceful coexistence.
这一问题的根源在于巴勒斯坦独立建国的夙愿 The root cause of this issue is that the long-cherished aspiration of Palestine to establish an independent state has not been realized, and historical injustice suffered by the Palestinian people has not been corrected. Israel has the right to establish a state, and Palestine has the right to establish a state as well. The survival of the Israelis is guaranteed, but who is to care about the survival of the Palestinians? The solution to the problem is the two-state solution. Mr. Borrell has also reiterated this, which is to establish an independent Palestinian state. Only this can realize the peaceful coexistence of Palestine and Israel and the harmonious coexistence of the Arab and the Jewish peoples.
Wang expressed China's stance after meeting with EU Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell at the 12th China-EU high-level strategic dialogue. Wang also said China condemns all acts that harm civilians and opposes any violation of international law. He said the top priority now is to achieve a ceasefire in Israel-Palestine conflict. Wang also said China will send special envoy to visit relevant countries in the region and work on cooling down the situation. He said China stands on the side of peace and justice, international law, and the common aspirations of most countries and human conscience on the Palestinian issue. The surprise attack by armed group Hamas on October the 7th has led to fierce fighting between Israel and the Gaza-ruling faction. As the conflict escalates, Israel's military chief has vowed to end Hamas rule over the region. Here is a brief review of how the animosity between Israel and Palestine deepened in the 21st century.
In 2005, Israel pulled out of the Gaza Strip in the midst of violence between the Jews and Arabs. Then when Hamas took over Gaza in 2007, the situation deteriorated. Later, Israel and other surrounding nations imposed a blockade on the Gaza Strip. And the fighting between Palestine and Israel has since continued from time to time. Peace talks between the two sides, among other efforts to ease tensions, all ended in vain when Israel denounced the reconciliation between Fatah and Hamas in 2012, which led both parties to form an interim government. What followed were large-scale conflicts emerging every couple of years. In the summer of 2014, Israel launched a 50-day-long military offensive in the Gaza Strip, which included airstrikes on hundreds of Palestinian militant targets. In 2018, the relocation of the U.S. Embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem triggered violence. The move, seen as a recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital, gave rise to protests worldwide and caused the Palestinian Authority to lose confidence in the United States. In 2021, a divergence of religious practices sparked clashes which lasted for 11 days. In August of 2022, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad group declared a state of war after Israeli defense forces arrested its West Bank leader in the city of Jenin. Tensions escalated earlier this year after Israeli forces launched multiple airstrikes in the Gaza Strip, killing 3 senior Islamic Jihad members in May. Israeli forces also carried out a large-scale air and ground military operation in northern West Bank in July this year. There has been no conclusive end to the fighting.
Welcome to this special live stream of CGTN on the topic of Palestine-Israel conflict. And this is Zhang Shijie. Joining me today, I have my colleague Nadim.
Hi, Jessica, and hi to everyone who's watching us. We're coming to you live from Beijing with live feed coming from Gaza as well as southern Israel and the borders between Israel and Lebanon to give you a live view of what's happening right now in the region. You guys are watching us on CGTN, and you can check in with us on our social media platforms on Facebook, YouTube, X, as well as if you're in China, you can check it out on Weibo and WeChat, of course, on cgtn.com, our website, and on the app. And we will be with you for the next hour, trying to give you as many updates on this really fast unfolding story from the Middle East.
Yes, exactly. And today, right now, actually, here for us, it is the afternoon time.
Right.
It is the afternoon time of a Saturday. And it is actually literally the 8th day of starting from last Saturday.
So it's been a week.
Yeah, it's been a week.
It's been a week since the conflict has been happening, since the recent bout of violence has been happening between Israel and Hamas. It started exactly a week ago, as Jessica, my co-host, has said, a week ago on Saturday, with the unprecedented and surprise attack from Hamas, the group that is in control of Gaza, the militant group, members of the militant group crossed their way into the Israeli territory, and they kidnapped people, as well as they killed both soldiers and civilians. And in retaliation, Israel has declared a war on Hamas, as well as an entire blockade of Gaza. We've been seeing this playing out for the past week. Today, as Jessica mentioned, is the morning of day 8, and it seems that we're waking up for a new situation on the ground here in Gaza. Gaza, for the past week, has been the target of a crushing amount of airstrikes and artillery from Israel, and now it seems that the prospects of a military ground offensive is becoming more clear and clear. But before we talk about all of this, let's start with what's more important, which is the death toll, the casualties, because we're seeing loss of life in an astonishing numbers rising over the past 7 days.
Yes, because this is an ongoing conflict or ongoing situation. So the news or the information will be provided, we'll try our best to provide with the latest ones. Okay, as Nadim has said, that during the live stream, we'll be presenting the informations, we'll be presenting the data, and also be presenting the voices from different parties as well. For the death toll, as you have mentioned, as far as we know so far, there are 1,300 deaths from Israeli part and 1,900 deaths from Palestinian side, and half of them are women and people under 18. And for the and also there are 7,000 injured from Palestinians and 3,000 from Israel. And also, according to Israeli army, the Israel Defense Force has just given an update on the hostage situation. That this is so called that the IDF has confirmed that over 120 civilians are being held captive in Gaza by the Hamas terrorist organization. It posted on X.
Right. I just want to cut you in right here and just say that the 120 hostages, this is just a preliminary number, and this is just the confirmed ones, because previously there has been talk about up to 150 hostages. And another thing that we mentioned, the casualties, whether they were injured or killed from the Palestinian side, half of them are, as you mentioned, women and people under 18. Not just the killed is that percentage. It's the entire it's the percentage from the entire number of casualties. And so we're seeing the situation escalating. We're seeing now, as I mentioned earlier, the situation in Gaza turning from bad, because of the nonstop and relentless bombing of the Israelis to a worse situation right now. There is a humanitarian crisis that has started after the siege on October 9, which was on Monday. We're seeing lack of supplies, lack of essentials from water to power to medicine because of the siege of the blockades, 2 border crossings between Gaza and Israel, one for goods, one for people, both closed. The third one between Gaza and Egypt is also closed since Tuesday. And now we're seeing in the horizon more action on the ground by Israeli army. We're going to talk a little bit more about to a video.
Yes, there will be 2 videos presented from us, the video. As before we go to the video, I want to talk about the screen first. So on the screen, we are live from Beijing and talking about and providing about the latest information. And on the right side of our live stream, there will be the skylines from the region, from Gaza, from the Gaza Strip, and also the border places of the southern Lebanon places as well. So yes, and we will now present it with you 2 videos about
the humanitarian issue that is unfolding right now in Gaza.
مية ولا كهرباء، قاعدين الأطفال بيعبوا مية زي ما أنت شايف. والله ما في كهرباء ولا مية ولا خبز، قاعدين بنجري على الشفا نعمل الخبز. انخنقنا احنا، والله انخنقنا. واليهود ولاد الصرمة اللي قطعونا من المية والكهرباء عملوا لنا أزمة. فيش في الدار مية، هاي الشفا بنروح نقعد غدا عشان المية والكهرباء. والله فيش مي ولا كهرباء، مش راضيين يجيبوا المية عنا ولا الكهرباء بسبب الحرب.
أنا عندي 4 شحونة وبعبي طالب بطلع ال4 شحونة، وعندي 6 أولاد بطلعهم في الشحونة وبعبوا للناس، وفي أزمة. التو رحت أعبي سولار من الطرمبة بقول لي في السولار، يعني عندي نقلتين بس أقدر أرميهم بس، بعديك بخلص السولار بخلص. فيش مي نهائية، فيش كاز يشغلوا المية، ولا واحد راضي يعطينا مية. سبب الحرب دمرونا، مربعات بحالها بدمروا فيهن، دمروا كل الدنيا.
الوضع صعب جدا بالنسبه للميه، والوقت يعني الشركه هذه اخر شركه بتعبي بقطاع غزه موجوده ميه حاليا. الله اعلم مش يصير كمان يوم يومين 3 في ظل الظروف اللي احنا بنعيشها. والله الايام اللي جاي علينا حتكون مؤشراتها حتكون صعبه، لانه العدو مش ماخذ راجع في الانتهاكات المستمره في قطاع غزه. بقصف بيوت فارغه، بقصف بيوت مليانه في اطفال، في شيوخ، فالامور كل مالها تزداد صعوبه.
Mourning, surviving, escaping, but with borders closed, it's unclear where they're going. The Palestinian Health Ministry says Israeli airstrikes have killed over 1,000 people and left more than 5,000 injured. 60% of them, it says, are women and children. With no more than 2,500 beds in Gaza, the hospitals are overwhelmed.
Houses were destroyed. Everything is gone. No one can enter their homes. This is just for Israel to be happy, and we are here surrounded by rubble. No food, nowhere to live, and everyone is attacking us. And we can't even eat or feed our children, and they destroyed our homes. We can't live like this. Where should we go? Children are now playing with these. Where should they sleep? These are our mattresses, pillows. What is that? Where are we living? This is not a life. We are living surrounded by rubble. Gaza is destroyed. Everything is destroyed.
But Israel insists its fire is aimed at Hamas targets.
What I want to tell you is that no, that isn't a civilian building. It is a legitimate military target. And why is that? Because Hamas locates all of their offices, headquarters, their research and development, and all of their other military assets, if it's above ground, they locate themselves in civilian buildings.
We don't know if Hamas were located in the business belonging to this man's son, but the airstrikes have had a profound effect on him.
The perfume shop that's located there belongs to my son. We opened it a month ago and it cost him $10,000. We want to tell the enemy, if we did not like the resistance before, then today we love it. If we loved it before, then today we adore it. Where a resistance member puts his leg, we will put our heads.
I want to be totally clear. The IDF remains committed to the law of armed conflict, and we conduct ourselves according to it, despite the fact that we are furious, angry, frustrated, and appalled by the atrocities that Hamas has done against us. We still keep our morals, and we still make sure that we fight according to the laws that we are committed to. And that's how we will continue, despite the difficult situation.
Israel says hundreds of thousands of troops are waiting to invade, to do what so many Israeli prime ministers have avoided since 2005, invading and maybe occupying one of the most densely populated places on earth. And Hamas says it will be ready for them. Another war, possibly the bloodiest so far in the never-ending cycle of violence here. Paul Hawkins, CGTN.
We've just watched two videos from CGTN, and there are like humanitarian situations right here, right there, right now, and the lack of power, the lack of water, the lack of the medical facilities.
Right.
Yeah.
And we've seen at the end of the second video, our reporter saying that there is a buildup happening in anticipation of a ground offensive. And we've started to see more about this coming out yesterday morning. On Friday morning, Gazans woke up to an order for evacuations that was sent to them by the Israeli army, and they gave them 24 hours to go from northern Gaza, evacuate northern Gaza to other places in the Gaza territory or the Palestinian enclave, and that is about 1 million, over 1 million people. Obviously, we've been hearing more about this as it is happening. We've heard a lot of chaos and confusion happening from within the Palestinian territories, but also before I speak about this, I just wanted to read to you what the Israeli army had said in this warning and this ultimatum that they've given Palestinians in Gaza. They said that this evacuation is for your own safety. You will be able to return to Gaza only when another announcement permitting it is made. Do not approach the area of the security fence with the state of Israel. That is the statement from the Israeli government. But what we're seeing is that this is a clear sign that something on the ground is going to happen. And we've seen Israel over the past few days laying the foundation for this to happen. So first we had the announcement of the unity government and the wartime cabinet, where all the Israelis, whether the party of Benjamin Netanyahu or other political factions, they put their differences to the side and they announced the formation of a unity government. And that the point for that is to get as much backing and as much consensus from the Israeli people for this move. And before that, we've had Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying very clearly that he is declaring war against Hamas and he will not stop until Hamas is wiped off the face of the earth. And then on top of that, we're seeing a lot of international backing for Israel. And this is being shown by statements from the US, the UK, Canada, Germany, as well as visits, high-level visits from European as well as British, as we mentioned in our previous live stream, as well as the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. And all of that is emboldening and is encouraging Israel to continue doing what it's doing in terms of military operation, regardless of the news and the footage of the casualties from civilians that we're seeing happening in Gaza. And so we're seeing the foundation being laid. And then yesterday, we've had this warning that we're giving you 24 hours to move from northern Gaza to the south. Where are Gazans going to go? There's a big question mark because it's still a war zone. There is no cessation of fire since yesterday to now. 24 hours are ending this morning. And so a lot of people have either refused to go because they have no place to go. There's no place safe, they say, in Gaza. And I'm only quoting what we've been hearing from our reporters on the ground. And so we've seen the UN as well coming and condemning this and asking Israel to rescind this warning because there's really nowhere to go for the Palestinians right now.
So before we get into the condemnations from the international voices about this 24-hour evacuation of over 1 million people,
right?
It seems like an impossible mission.
It is an impossible mission, especially as I mentioned. Sorry, this is happening in a war zone, in an active war zone. So, and we've seen footage from our reporters of people walking yesterday down the street trying to move from these red hot zone in northern Gaza. They're just fleeing on foot, in crammed cars, in crammed trucks, bringing whatever they can with them to an unknown place.
Yeah. So right before we have this live stream, we started this live stream. We saw a post on X that the Israeli Army Arabic language spokesperson has said that the Israeli forces will allow safe movement for Palestinians to move from Beit Hanun in the north to Khan Yunus in the south between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. And the spokesperson also said that if you care about yourself and your loved ones, go south as instructed.
Right. See, now we're seeing more orders for them to move. We don't know. They did say that they can travel on 2 designated streets without any harm from northern Gaza to South Gaza. They didn't explain how this will not harm them because, as we mentioned, for the past 7 days, and up until now, it's been a continuous barrage of rockets and bombing from the air, and it seems that it's going to happen from the ground. And so they didn't explain how they will ensure the safety of civilians. As we've seen before, Israel to this day is rejecting all accusations that they are harming the civilians, but the situation on the ground in Gaza is showing otherwise. And it's because of this situation, the bad situation in Gaza, with many neighborhoods being razed and a lot of these roads being blocked with rubble. We've seen the UN yesterday coming out and saying that whatever Israel right now is asking for the evacuation of 1 million Gazans from the north to the south is impossible. And we're going to watch a video
Yeah, there will be a video presented by us from the UN chief yesterday that will be on October 13 in New York before a Secretary Council closed a consultation on the Middle East. So we can watch the video now.
Great, good afternoon. The Secretary General will deliver some remarks.
Dear representatives of the media, I want to share with you some of the key messages I will share with the Security Council. The situation in Gaza has reached a dangerous new low. The horrific terror attacks by Hamas on Israel that killed more than 1,200 people and injured thousands more last Saturday were followed by intense bombardment of Gaza that has already killed 1,800 people and injured thousands more. After days of airstrikes, the Israeli Defense Forces have ordered the Palestinians in Gaza City and its surroundings to move to the south of the territory. Moving more than 1 million people across a densely populated war zone to a place with no food, water, or accommodation when the entire territory is under siege is extremely dangerous and in some cases simply not possible. Hospitals in the south of Gaza are already at capacity and will not be able to accept thousands of new patients from the north. The health system is on the brink of collapse. Morgues are overflowing. 11 healthcare staff have been killed while on duty, and there have been 34 attacks on health facilities in the past few days. The entire territory faces a water crisis as infrastructure has been damaged and there is no electricity to power pumps and desalination plants. Our United Nations staff and our partners are working around the clock to support the people of Gaza. We mourn for our colleagues who have been killed, a number that is increasing by the day. I've been in constant contact with the leaders across the region, focused on ways to reduce suffering and prevent further dangerous escalation in the West Bank or elsewhere in the region, especially in southern Lebanon. The exchange of fire across the blue line is very worrying. It must stop. We need immediate humanitarian access throughout Gaza so that we can get fuel, food and water to everyone in need. Even wars have rules. International humanitarian law and human rights law must be respected and upheld. Civilians must be protected and also never use the shields. And all hostages in Gaza must be released immediately. It is imperative that all parties and those who have influence over them to do everything possible to achieve these steps. Finally, I want to say something about the hatred that is being stoked by this terrible conflict across the Middle East and around the world. Dehumanizing language that incites violence is never accepted. I call on all leaders to speak out against anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim bigotry, and hate speech of all kinds. This is a time for the international community to come together around protecting civilians and finding a lasting solution to this unending cycle of death and destruction. Thank you. Thank you.
An active conflict, so which indicates that moving over 1 million people to a place without water, without food, without accommodation, and even great lack of the medical implements is extremely impossible.
Right.
So, and also about the he has said in the speech that the staff of the UN, the medical staff, and being killed while on duty, and also over 34 attacks on the health facilities over the past few days.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He also spoke about the need for the cessation of violence, which is something that we've heard the UN saying from day one of the war with the attack of Hamas against Israel and up to now. Of course, this is still early and it's really hard to implement. Just last night, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that this is only the beginning. I mean, we've seen, according to some reports, over 6,000 bombs being dropped on Gaza in the past 7 days up until yesterday. And now we're looking at this warning from Israel to evacuate. And I just want to go into the details of this a little bit because originally we mentioned confusion and chaos. That is because have left. There are reports from Gaza saying that there are tens of thousands of people who are on the road, but then there's also a lot of people who are unwilling or unable to leave. Unwilling because there is a genuine concern from the Palestinians that if they flee right now, if they leave their homes, that the Israeli army is going to come and they're going to take the land. And the reason why this fear is happening is because we've heard the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas also speaking about this yesterday, which is it's very reminiscent of 1948, the first war between the Palestinians and the Israelis, where the Israelis fled, they left the violence, the war, and then the Israelis came in and occupied their lands, which to this day they have still not released. And that is one of the major reasons of the causes of what's happening right now.
Yeah, and also that is one of the causes that has made the situation being worsened.
Right. And so we've heard mosques yesterday, according to reports in Gaza, asking people to stay, not leave their houses, not leave their land out of fear of them being confiscated by the Israelis. We've also heard Hamas saying, asking people to stay put, to sit tight and not leave, because they're saying that all of this is a fake propaganda from the Israeli side, and they promised that they will fight till the last drop. Interestingly, Israelis are saying that we're here to basically wipe all the members of Hamas off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
And so we don't know what is going to happen. There were yesterday limited scale ground offensive by the Israeli army, which could be seen as a prelude of what's going to happen today or in the next few days in terms of a large scale campaign, as the Israelis have promised. The reason for these offensive yesterday that had happened, they were twofold, according to the Israeli army. One was to sort of let me read exactly what they said. One of them was to dismantle certain infrastructures by the enemy, and by the enemy they mean Hamas. That was one, and then the other one is to collect some information about the hostage situation, because having these hostages in Gaza is not going to make the ground offensive any easier. And so they're trying to get and gather as much information about the situation. But it seems that even though this factor is going to complicate the ground offensive, this is not enough for Israel to sit tight and to just count, because I think right now there is a zero tolerance policy from Israel to what had happened, because again, it was really unprecedented, the Hamas attack. And so it seems that we're going towards a ground offensive. How this campaign is going to look like, we don't quite know yet. Again, they could be a few kilometers into the borders with Gaza. It could be well deep into the Gazan territory. We do know that there is a massive buildup of military thousand people, Israelis, I mean, from the Israeli army. And we were reading reports that Israel has been preparing for this moment, for an attack on Hamas for quite some time. Apparently, there is a warfare center in urban Israel called the Mini Gaza, and that's where they were training to try to simulate or emulate what could happen in real life. But what is definitely going to happen if this ground offensive push is pushed forward is that we're going to see a lot of close quarter fighting, because because Gaza, as we mentioned, is a very densely populated neighborhood. I will continue with this, but it seems that we have our reporter.
Yeah. So we can, there will be, as we have talked about the latest situation, because this is just the, I should say, the early stage of the whole conflict, the whole situation. And for the hospital situation, there will be a video presented for you. Let's watch the video first.
in Israel, it's kind of what you would consider as a point zero. It's a dividing line between Israel and Gaza. So over here to this side of me is Gaza. You just heard that boom. Maybe you did. I'm assuming you did. And this is the city. I'm going to walk you around a little bit where I am, talk to you about where I am and why I'm here. But this is an area that is hit by rockets perpetually and has been for years. It's a target. It's also a place where, when we get to the situation where we are right now between Israel and Gaza, it's a place where on the outskirts facing into Gaza, excuse me, Israel's military sets up outgoing artillery positions. We've been hearing those. I think that may have been very well what we heard just now. So let me tell you about where I am. A week ago, when Hamas militants, operatives came into Israel and attacked towns. This was one of the places they came into. And behind me, and we're going to walk over and get a little bit closer to that, that's the police station in town, and it was attacked. And so you can see the wreckage of that. I don't know how close Gilly can get into that to show it to you, but we'll walk around to show you that. What happened is the militants they got into the police station, and there was tremendous fighting with police inside. They won't give us exact numbers. There was a police officer here before, and I asked for numbers of figures, casualty figures, and he wouldn't give me that number. But we've heard it's up to 20 police officers. I don't know how many Hamas operatives are in there. Also, there were prisoners at the station because it's a police station, and they were killed in the firefights. Since then, also Hamas, the operatives who came in, they set the station on fire. Police decided they're just going to basically wreck the whole station, and what you see behind me is the remains. Wrecked it this week because the police officer I just talked to said that beyond the fact that there are still, he said, some live explosive devices inside of that rubble pile, he said there are also bodies inside of there. So they've just decided to raise the whole thing, and that's what we're seeing is the result of that. And as well, from here we can smell the smell of bodies. So I'll take you over there in a minute. Let me take you here. This is right next to the station. What you see here looks colorful, looks happy. It could be an advertisement for a concert, right? It's not. This is a bomb shelter. So because we're basically on that zero line that I talked to you about, when the air raid sirens go off here, people have literally seconds to get to the bomb shelter, and this happened to us numerous times while we've been here. Very little time when there's incoming from Gaza because the distance is so short. This would be a place, if you were outside, this would be a place, if we hear a siren now, we'll run here, which is, this is a shelter. This is a bomb shelter. It's an outdoor shelter. People's buildings and their homes are also designed with shelters, although actually I think a lot of these buildings, and I'll show you the apartment buildings, were built like in the 60s, 1960s. They don't have in each apartment secure or shelter rooms. Now, as of, sorry, but I don't know exactly what year, but it became law in Israel that if you build a building, each apartment has to have its own bomb shelter. And that's where we heard these horrific stories of people in the kibbutzim, the communities along the Gaza border. When Hamas militants came in, they were burned alive in their homes, in their shelters. They were trying to stay safe inside the shelters, inside their homes. So people in a building like Gilly show, well, I'm not sure if we'll be able to show the building across the street because of the sun, but these buildings, because they're older, people would run for cover in these buildings, either in the stairway, because the stairwell is considered to be safe and built solidly in any building, and people would gather there, or generally in a building like this, an older structure, the bomb shelter is underground, and it's a communal bomb shelter, so people would have to sprint to get down into it. So, going forward, so that is a shelter that, again, Gilly will show you, that's where people run. That's where we're going to run if there's an air raid siren. And there's a few just across the street. You see the bus stop over there? That's another shelter. So they're literally all over the place, and that's to safeguard civilians. But civilians, speaking of, we're not finding too many right here. In fact, I've seen maybe 2 people, because people have left. They've been evacuated. They've been advised to get out of here because it's of the short distance, because of the proximity to Gaza. As well, it's a target because militants came in a week ago. So it's like what you would say the term a ghost town. That's what we're seeing here. Let's take a little walk. This is, first of all, also we're seeing casings, bullet casings all over the ground. This is from the firefight. So we're seeing evidence of it. We're seeing blood on the ground. And like I said, we can smell the aftermath, the smell of dead bodies here. I'll show you also some evidence. This is a police line that is basically not to cross it, to go into this area. As the police told us, there are still live explosives here. And let's see here. Let me see what I wanted to show you. Yeah, you can see the aftermath I'm going to take you over here. I'll show you the aftermath of rocket hits here in the city, on this city. And it's, Gilly, sorry, I'm losing the English word for it. The word for the blast from an explosion, the concussion. So often some of these blown out glass, the things that you see, the damage, it's because of concussion, of explosions. A direct hit is very obvious when it's a direct hit. But I'm going to show you some cars in a minute where they've been totally demolished. Here's a car here with its front. I mean, this is minor damage compared to what the rockets that are fired from Gaza can do. And this car, the windshield here, this is some damage here. Hey. People are you're still living here?
Yes, we're not afraid.
You're not afraid?
No.
You're kidding?
Yes, I'm not kidding.
Could you see everything that happened here when it happened last week?
Yes.
It must have been crazy.
It was very scary.
You said I'm not afraid.
Israeli, we know Israeli, and I don't know how to talk English very good.
You can say it, and yeah.
In the moment I born, this is how it's in Israel.
So what he's telling me, this is a resident. So I said there are very few people. I've seen more cats around here, more cats than I've seen people, stray cats. And he's saying you were born here, you've lived here all your life?
Yes.
So how old are you?
18.
Okay, so he's 18. He's lived here all his life. And he said, this is what we're used to. He's not scared. He stayed. He saw the entire firefight last week. And although he said the reason that he stays here is that he's not scared, he's used to this. The reason he stayed, going back, but he said that was scary. He watched it all happen here and that it was very frightening. I'm going to take you over to some damage over here. Thank you. I'll take you to some damage over here. Just more damage of cars that have been blown out to show you. Look, I'm well aware of the fact that when you look at damage like this, compared to what's happening in Gaza, it may seem minimal. I would say that what we're seeing now, the response by Israel, it's less. Well, I don't want to downplay what's happening here in this city. Here's some glass on the ground. I don't want to downplay what you're seeing here. But I will say this, is that this is a response more to the massacres that we saw a week ago. So the images that are happening a few kilometers, really a few kilometers from where I am, that's in response to the massacres we saw in towns like this. And we saw the aftermath here of the militants that came in. Here's another car and that looks to me more like the blast, the concussion blast. The window was blown out of this car. Now, let's see. I don't know. Gil, do you feel like it's okay? We were kind of told we weren't allowed to really be so much in this area, so we're being cautious. That car over there, do you feel comfortable walking over there? I just don't know if we're going to get stopped. But right now, everyone seems to be waiting for word of, let me just take a look at this car. Everyone seems to be waiting for word of what's going to happen on the Gaza border. What's going to happen, here you go. This would be someone's personal car. Inside the car you see what's gone on here. And this is just, I'm seeing car after car here. And that's, again, these aren't direct hits. A direct hit, you wouldn't really see this car. There wouldn't be anything left of it. But everyone's waiting. Okay, everyone's waiting, and we're being cautioned by the police here to move out of this area. So we're going to go over here, back again to where we were. Right now, we're waiting to see what the next phase of Israel's campaign is going to be here. And that's what the world is waiting to see. There was that 24-hour evacuation order or recommendation given by Israel's army, telling people they were recommending that they move south. Now we're waiting to see, do we move into a new phase, which people speculate would be a phase of a ground invasion or a ground incursion. So we're kind of in a holding pattern right now. Not that this conflict or confrontation or war, it's really a war, is in a holding pattern. I'll just give you a few side notes. In the past 24 hours, as of Friday, the United States government, the U.S. State Department, is chartering flights for U.S. Citizens to get out of Israel. It's not a recommendation. They're not warning people to leave, but they're saying if you want to get out, you can get on a charter flight. We will get you out of Israel. That's partially because of the situation, the danger of the situation. That's also because there are very few flights here that are leaving, that are coming in. We know reservists that are trying to get back to Israel to serve in Israel's military are very hard pressed to get onto flights, but flights are being arranged for them to come back in. Let's see here. Yeah, there has been certainly a flurry of activity, of movement in the past 48 hours of officials from U.S. Secretary of State and the U.S. Secretary of Defense and EU officials or European officials that have come in, saying that they're supporting Israel. Also a pledge of Navy ships, of warships from Britain, and personnel and surveillance aircraft from Britain, and that's in addition to the U.S. sending the USS Gerald Ford. That's an attack fleet. So this could go in many different directions, and the speculation beyond the ground invasion, or the possible ground invasion, is will we see a regional war open up? And that is, to many here, a very challenging prospect, because on multiple fronts that would be, it's extremely challenging. Multiple fronts meaning Lebanon, possibly Syria, possibly Iran, at the same time Gaza. And then if the population, the Arab population inside of Israel also pushes back or rises up, well, those are the possibilities. And that's what's being talked about right now. But right now, Gaza's the focus. And Israel has said that this is going to be a campaign to end all campaigns. They're not stopping. So there's no negotiating, and that's what Israel says. There's no negotiating, that they are going full force, and that clearly what their aim is, or what they've said their aim is to wipe out Hamas. And because of the carnage that we saw a week ago. So we're here on the border waiting to see. It's fairly quiet. We were here 2 days ago, and there were incoming rockets constantly and outgoing artillery from right around here. So right now it's quiet. That could change, and it does change. So thank you for joining me. Again, I'm here in Sderot. It's sort of on the zero line between Gaza and Israel, and I will keep you updated. This is Stephanie Fried for CGTN.
Okay, so we just watched the live with our CGTN correspondent Stephanie Fried from Sderot, Israel, and she brought about the latest situation around the neighborhood, and we can hear actually from her frequently coughing during the live, because there will be, like, as she had mentioned, the smell of the aftermath, the smell of the wreckage, the smell of the dead body. So and currently I think it's now in the morning time, so in the neighborhood that would be quiet, not many people out. But during the live she met a resident, a local resident, I think he's 18 years old, and he told our journalist that he is not afraid. Yeah, I think that there would be another interpretation of local residents will leave their home, right? They don't want to leave their home, and they want to stay where they are, because they Stephanie has also presented us with many bomb shelters.
Right.
Yeah, the bomb shelters in the homes and the bomb in the buildings, in the homes or at the apartments, and also the bomb shelters on the streets.
Right. So this quiet atmosphere that Stephanie has, our correspondent in Israel on the borders with Gaza, has shown us is actually a quiet neighborhood because she said that a lot of people have actually left because there were recommendations for them to evacuate. And then let's not forget that she was on the site next to a police station where fighting just a week ago happened. She was saying that right now there's maybe even live ammunition right there at the police station, and that's why she had to keep her distance from that. And so that was one of the places where Hamas operatives, Hamas militants crossed the border and then went to, she said that the place that she was next to was a police station, and they've had fights, and as well there were deaths at the police station, although she said that the local officials would not give an exact number. And so, yeah, she walked us around this neighborhood that, as you mentioned, was very, very quiet. And she said that you can see and smell the aftermath of what had happened a week later. And that she described it as a ghost town as well. And then she said that on the general atmosphere, there is a waiting game for word about what's going to happen, for what everyone is speculating would be the next phase of the war by Israel on Hamas, which is a possible potential ground invasion. And speaking about ground invasion, we've spoken earlier, and she already mentioned this as well, about this evacuation order that the Israeli army has sent out yesterday with a 24-hour ultimatum for Gazans to leave Gaza. We've already watched what the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres had to say, but there's also voices coming out from the WHO, because as we said, it's impossible for people to just leave within an active war zone from one place to another. But then there's another group of people that the WHO is worried about specifically, which are the people already in hospital, because as we mentioned earlier, there's 7,000 injured in Gaza, and all of these injuries are being distributed on different hospitals in Gaza, including the main Gaza City. And so the WHO is also saying that it's impossible to move these people, because let's not forget, a lot of these injuries are in ICU, or we have patients who are attached to these medical equipments, and between brackets, with the future of these equipments is really not known for how long they can be functioning, again, because of the power risk. And so not only do we have injuries, but also we've heard reports about pregnant women as well who are on their due dates. And so all of these, all of these people, WHO is saying that cannot be moved. And the fact that there's an ultimatum that was given within 24 hours is what the WHO. And so that only complicates the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. And I really want to read just what the WHO spokesperson has said. That was after Israel announced the evacuation order, and he said that there are severely ill people whose injuries mean their only chances of survival is being on life support, such as mechanical ventilators. Health workers to do so beyond cruel. And it's very important here to speak about health workers because, as you mentioned, there are up to 17 UN people UN staffers who have already been killed during their duty in Gaza. We've already heard as well the Palestinian Red Crescent, which is the equivalent of the Red Cross, also saying that there are staffers, health responders who have already been targeted as well. But the Red Crescent is actually saying that they will not leave because we've seen other NGOs trying to scramble and move their operations from northern Gaza to the south. The Palestinian Red Crescent is saying that we will not leave people to face death alone. This was yesterday in a post on social media. They said despite the occupation's threats to shell, the decision has been made. We have not left and we will not leave. Our medics will carry on their humanitarian duties. We don't leave people to face death alone. We've heard others, for example, the UN refugee agency, UNRWA, they're saying that they're moving their operations right now because, again, there is fear of intensification of the bombing and this ground offensive potentially. And so they really want to serve people where they are. Let's not forget there's, according to UN data, over 300,000 people who have already been displaced in Gaza from within a population of 2.3 million. And now potentially we're seeing tens of thousands also moving. And so the UNRWA, to avoid unnecessary obstacles in their operations, they're also moving some of their operations to the south to continue serving these people. And so this is the situation right now happening. And I think we do have a video to speak more about the hospitals in Gaza.
Yeah, so we can watch the video together.
مع اشتداد العدوان الإسرائيلي على قطاع غزة لليوم السادس على التوالي، فإن المنظومة الصحية بدأت بالانهيار الفعلي، وذلك نتيجة الضغط الهائل على مستشفيات قطاع غزة جراء الأعداد الكبيرة التي خلفها هذا العدوان حتى هذه اللحظة. حتى نتحدث عن أكثر من 8000 ضحية ما بين شهيد وجريح. هذه الأعداد الكبيرة باتت لا تستطيع مستشفيات قطاع غزة تحملها. مستشفيات قطاع غزة الآن نفذت قدرتها السريرية على استيعاب جرحى من هذا العدوان بشكل كبير، وبالتالي هؤلاء الجرحى باتوا يفترشون الممرات والأرض في مستشفيات قطاع غزة، إضافة إلى أن العنايات المكثفة أيضا أسرتها امتلأت عن بكرة أبيها. لا يوجد أسرة إضافية لاستيعاب الحالات الجرحى من الخطيرة والحرجة، وبالتالي كل من يحتاج إلى العناية المكثفة لا مكان له في داخل المستشفيات، إضافة إلى أن كل الغرف الخاصة بالعمليات أيضا ممتلئة. هناك عدد كبير من الحالات يحتاج إلى تدخلات جراحية. حتى اللحظة
في اليوم السادس لهذا العدوان على قطاع غزة استقبلنا في مجمع الشفاء الطبي العديد من الإصابات، معظم هذه الإصابات من النساء والأطفال. كمية الإصابات التي وصلت إلى المجمع كمية مهولة من الإصابات. كما أعلنت وزارة الصحة المستلزمات الطبية على وشك النفاذ. هناك نفاذ أيضا للوقود الذي يهدد بانقطاع التيار الكهربائي عن المجمع وغيره من المستشفيات، يهدد أيضا بانقطاع العمليات الجراحية بالإضافة لمضخات الأكسجين. هذا يؤثر سلبا على العديد من المرضى المبيتين داخل المستشفيات.
Yeah, as the medical staff said during the video, that there will be a great loss of the power of water, of electricity, of the medical things, and also the lack of the medical doctors, nurses as well. So and also the lack of all this stuff will lead to, we don't know what will the situation be like. Mm-hmm. So and also there will be, we've talked about the voices from different parties towards the 24-hour evacuation of the place. Right. And also the EU foreign policy chief Joseph Borrell, on his final day, the last day of his 3-day visit to China, said that to imagine that you could move 1 million people in 24 hours in a situation like Gaza, like this, can only be a humanitarian crisis. Yeah, and the position is quite clear, said Borrell. But as any right, it has a limit. And this limit is the international law.
Right. So a lot of parties are speaking about international law, whether it's the UN, whether it's China, whether right now it's the UN foreign policy chief. They're saying that even in wars, there are rules to the wars, which is we've had many conventions, including the Geneva Convention, where civilians must be avoided. Loss of life must be kept to a minimal. And so he's reiterating that. Again, we're seeing a lot of reaction, a flurry of statements from different parts of the world about this warning that that Israel or the Israeli army has issued. We also know that the U.S. has a stance on this, and now they're saying that again they're joining this chorus of voices that has been rising right now, saying that Palestinian civilians should be avoided. They're not asking for a cessation of hostilities. They're not saying that there should be a ceasefire, unlike other parties. But what they're saying is that if Israel wants to carry with its military campaign, at least let's not target the civilians. And that's what we've heard from Anthony Blinken, the U.S. State of Secretary, who is still in the Middle East. We reported about 2 days ago, Thursday, when we were doing the live stream, he arrived in Israel. He is still in the Middle East, and he's met with Israeli senior officials as well as the Palestinian president in Jordan, where he also met the Jordanian King Abdullah, and then he's been going around the Middle East with a few points on his agenda. One of them.
So the first place will be the Israeli. We talk about his visit, his to-be visit, but that will be on Friday. So he told and urged Israel to take every possible precaution to avoid the civilian death or civilian loss in Gaza, and also cause for the establishment in the territory of safe zones for the shelters, food, water, and also medical supplies. And also, besides Israel, he's visiting 6 other Middle East countries in terms of Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Turkey, and the UAE.
So he's already been to Israel, he's already been to Jordan, he's also already been to Qatar and Saudi Arabia. Late last night, he arrived into Saudi Arabia. And the point of this, we've spoken about his agenda and the points on his agenda. First of all, he wants to shore up a lot of support against Hamas, and that's why he's targeting these Arab nations to condemn Hamas, which we haven't seen in a very explicit way yet. A lot of voices from the Middle East have denounced the killing of innocent people, but what he's trying to do is he's trying to get them to take a very public political stance against Hamas. The U.S. is also trying to shore up support against Iran, because there were at the beginning of this bout of violence reports that Iran might be behind this attack on Israel. Iran came out and said, well, we support what Hamas had done, but we had no idea about this. And now there is fear a little bit from the U.S. that Iran might use this incident to try to intervene on this line of conflict, because let's not forget that Iran and Israel are not friends. They're enemies. And
I think Blinken is like the visit to the Middle East countries has put pressure for the neighboring countries. Take Egypt, for instance, that to open the southern border across from Gaza into the Egypt, or to open the border of the humanitarian corridors of the Middle East countries.
Right. So what's happening right now, he hasn't arrived to Egypt yet, but Egypt is on his agenda, and Egypt is important in this conflict because Egypt has borders with Israel as well as with Gaza. And we've seen one of the 3 border crossings from Gaza out into the world. As we mentioned earlier, 2 are on the borders with Israel, and then 1 is on the borders with Egypt. And so that border crossing is closed. And Egypt said that we have to close it on Tuesday because of Israeli bombing next to the gates. And so now there is this talk as well about these humanitarian passages or corridors that will help the Gazans either with supplies or with the outward movement of people. We will see what will happen. There is still nothing concrete. We've heard that Egypt has been involved in few discussions with different parties, regional as well as international, about trying to help one way or another. That's what Blinken is going to do. Blinken also went last night, on Friday night, he arrived in Saudi Arabia. And this is a significant visit because Saudi Arabia and Israel, just in the past few months, there has been under the umbrella of the U.S., the patronage of the U.S. They were trying to normalize ties as part of this U.S. vision of peace in the Middle East. We've already seen in the past year Morocco, the United Arab Emirates, as well as Bahrain signing these peace treaties with Israel. And so the next move for the U.S. was Saudi Arabia. But we're seeing right now perhaps a thawing, like this frosty relationship that was thawing just last month. We're seeing it being cold again and being frosty again because the Saudi Arabia is standing, at least that's what the foreign ministry yesterday in its statement, and which was a strongly worded statement, saying that we stand by the Palestinian people, and basically they don't want to see Palestinians, civilians being attacked the way that they are right now. And so this definitely is a way of the U.S. signaling, trying to salvage whatever is left of this rapprochement that we've seen in the past few months.
There's one information I want to add, that during Blinken's visit to the Middle East country, he repeatedly defended Israel's right to protect itself and added that what makes this so complicated is that Hamas uses human shells, put civilians in places where they used to protect Hamas officials or their equipment or infrastructure.
Right. I mean, the U.S. has a very public and very open, supportive role for Israel. We've heard it multiple times over the past week. Again, Blinken is just another U.S. official. We've heard the U.S. president speaking about this, that they have unswerving support for Israel after the attack of Hamas against its civilians and soldiers a week ago. And so they were very one-sided with their opinion, with their political stance, that we stand firmly by Israel. And now that the situation is worsening, they're trying to see how they can save or salvage these civilians in Palestine. And so it's right now it's still a minefield. There's still no end in sight to this conflict. And so it's a matter of waiting to see what's going to be happening over the next few days. We're looking at live footage right now from Gaza, and we're seeing in the far end billowing smoke coming out. Again, these are neighborhoods in Gaza, which shows airstrikes.
Yeah. So we are now entering the 8th day of the conflict, and there are still widening conflicts of not just the region, but also the surrounding places.
Right. So what's happening right now is that this violence is moving from Gaza to the occupied Western Bank, as well as the occupied East Jerusalem. We've seen yesterday a lot of protests coming out from Palestinians in the West Bank in support of the Palestinian cause and against the attack on civilians. We've already seen that also happening around the Arab world, including in Lebanon, which we will talk about in a bit. Mm-hmm. And so what happened yesterday in the West Bank is that there was again more violence happening, and a dozen, I think, or up to 14 people were killed by Israeli forces during an arrest campaign that sort of went array in the West Bank. We've also seen one dead as well in East Jerusalem, and they said that was because, according to reports, the person attacked a police car, and then in return there was fire that proved to be fatal. And we're seeing a rise in tension in the West Bank after the attack of Hamas in Gaza. And let me just explain something that West Bank and Gaza are not related to each other in terms of like territory. They're not linked together. There's an entire land that Israel claims in between them. Gaza is controlled by Hamas. The West Bank, for the most part, is governed by the Palestinian Authority, Fatah movement. Fatah and Hamas are both rivals. But then the Palestinians, a faction of Palestinians, I can't speak on behalf of everyone, of course, but they're rising up. They're coming out in hordes in defense of the Palestinian cause, which is, as China has said, and the Chinese foreign minister has said, that the Palestinian cause is at the heart of what's happening right now, and you cannot separate this bout of violence from the grander Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And so, yes, you were right in saying that there are evidences of this might be widening. We're seeing some evidences in.
Yeah, so there is a breaking. Sorry to interrupt. Yes, well, on the skyline, we can see there's great bombing.
Right.
Very back. Yeah, there is a breaking that 7 Palestinians killed by an Israeli airstrike on a house in central Gaza Strip.
Okay.
And the Israeli ministry spokesperson said that any crossing from Gaza into Egypt will have to be coordinated with us.
Right. We're seeing these breaking news happening right now from Reuters. Apparently there's no crossing right now, as we mentioned, because the border, the overland border between Gaza and Egypt is closed. Again, as you mentioned, Blinken could potentially try to discuss or negotiate a certain deal
Put pressure
to open certain corridors. We'll have to see about that. Going back to the widening conflict, or the potential for this conflict to widen, yes, we've seen it in the West Bank. We've seen it in East Jerusalem as well, with more deaths among the Palestinian ranks. We've also seen, and this is something that we've spoken about, our reporter Stephanie Fried also spoke about, is that there is the northern border of Israel with Lebanon that has been tense for the past few days. Actually, there's been fire coming in from Lebanon, from Hezbollah specifically in Lebanon, into the Israeli territory, and an exchange of fire. And so we've seen that going back and forth for a few days. Yesterday, sad news came out of a journalist on the Lebanese border trying to report from the border between Lebanon and Israel, who was killed by missiles or by fire coming from the Israeli side. The journalist is a Reuters video journalist. His name is Issam Abdallah, and he was killed by these missiles that were fired from northern Israel, from the direction of northern Israel into the direction of south Israel. He was trying to provide a live signal for broadcasters like the one that we're seeing right now, but from Gaza. And even though news reports were saying that he was wearing a press vest, he was not saved from this attack from these missiles. The car that was also with him and other journalists, because not only did he die, but also 6 other journalists working for Al Jazeera, AFP, as well as Reuters, were also injured in this attack, which the UN has condemned, because these are reporters trying to report about the situation in a very inflammable border, but they should not have been targeted. The U.S. The Sorry for this technical issue. We're back with you from this live stream, and we were talking about the possibility for widening of this conflict. We've spoken about the tensions that are happening right now between Israeli forces and Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. And this year has been the tensions have been increasing right in that area between Israel and Palestinians in the West Bank. And now we're seeing things even going more intense after the attack of Hamas on Israel, and then the retaliatory measures that Israel has taken by declaring war on Hamas. And then we've spoken more about what was happening at the borders between Israel and Lebanon, what with the killing of one journalist at the border trying to provide a live signal for broadcasters there. He's a Reuters video journalist, and his name is Aissam Abdullah. He passed away yesterday after he was being targeted, him and other journalists working for Al Jazeera, AFP, and Reuters at the borders. He was targeted with missiles coming from the direction of Israel into Lebanon. The missiles hit their car, which went up in flames, and sadly, it took also his life in a separate missile. And so we've heard the UN condemning this attack on press and on journalists doing their job from the war zone. And we've seen the UN peacekeeping mission as well, which monitors and does surveillance of the border between Lebanon and Israel, coming out and speaking about how the situation is volatile and that constraint needs to happen. In a statement, they said that the potential for this escalation to spiral out of control is clear and it must be halted. That was the statement after this tension that was happening on the border. Mind you, the tension has been going on for for days now. And it's been the most fatal bout so far since 2006, when Israel went into war with Hezbollah, a militant group as well, inside Lebanon. So since 2006, we haven't seen this much tension on the borders. We've seen a few deaths on both sides from an exchange of fire over the past days. But it is still the UN is saying that it is under control so far, but it's extremely volatile, and the potential to escalate and the potential for this situation to spiral out is very clear. We will see what will happen in the next few hours, in the next few days. But there is this fear of multiple fronts being opened in this war that is happening. We've already seen from Syria as well, shelling from Syria into Israel, which was fought back with counter shelling again from Lebanon, and now what we're seeing in the West Bank as well as Gaza. But Israel so far is very focused on Gaza, although it is keeping an eye out on its northern border with Lebanon, and they've sent quite a sizable, according to media reports, they've sent a chunk of their military reserve up there just to secure their side of the border.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've also discussed about the opinions, the voices from the international organizations like the EU, like WHO, and also the perspectives and also their actions from the US, from the UK.
So what is China saying? What is China doing right now?
Yeah, so we're like bringing our attention back to Beijing. And for China, well, as we've discussed about it last time, that the special envoy to the Middle East of the Chinese government, Zhai Jun, had made several phone calls with the officials of the foreign ministries of like Egypt, Palestine, Israel, and Saudi Arabia, and to communicate China's position of the current situation and actively promote the peace talks and firmly believe in the two-state solutions as well. Yeah, and also on a press conference on October 13, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said at a press conference held by Chinese Foreign Ministry and also EU Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell. We have discussed about his opinions on
earlier,
on the 24-hour evacuation. That for Director Wang Yi, he firmly, how to say, to point it out the situation there and saddened about the casualties, about the deaths. And also, he had made a speech. I would like to share with you that.
A few points.
Yeah, a few points that the Israeli people, this is a quote, the Israeli people have received assurance of their survival, but who is assuring the survival of the Palestinian people? And the Israeli nation is no longer in a state of diaz. When will the Palestinian nation be able to return to their homeland? And this kind of situation, which lasted for over half a century, spanning multiple generations and causing immense suffering, can't be continued any longer. Yeah, we also have a short video from Director Wang Yi and on the conference and the video.
Let's have a look.
王主任您好，总台 CGTN 记者提问，我想请问您如何看待当前巴以局势？中方对于缓和巴以冲突、推动巴以和解又有何政策主张？谢谢。
中方谴责一切伤害平民的行为，也反对任何违反国际法的做法。针对当前的严峻形势，中方认为当务之急，第一是尽快的停火止战。 阻止战火无限扩大，避免局势进一步恶化。第二是遵守国际人道法，全力保障平民安全，尽快开辟人道救援的通道，防止发生严重的人道主义灾难。第三是有关各国都应该保持冷静克制，秉持客观公正，推动冲突降级，避免对地区和 国际安全稳定造成更大的冲击。第四，联合国应该为解决巴勒斯坦问题发挥应有作用，安理会也应当承担重要的责任，尽快形成国际共识，拿出实际的举措。中方正在同有关各方开展沟通，我们将积极的参与联合国安理会的紧急的磋商，敦促联合国为缓和冲突发挥它应有的作用。
Right, we just heard from Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi answering one of the questions from CGTN about China's position and what needs to be happening in the next step. And he said that China is committed to promoting peace talks and achieving a ceasefire and all cessations of violence, and is going to work to de-escalate the situation and resumption of peace talks, because China believes that this is where the true lasting solution of this conflict is happening. And so China is, Mr. Wang Yi was saying that China is standing on the side of peace, justice, and equity. And at the end of the day, they stand with the people.
And also he mentioned that the international community, the international organizations shall shoulder the responsibility of ceasefire as soon as possible,
right,
and to avert a large scale of humanitarian crisis.
There needs to be facilitators of these peace talks, and that's what China's position is.
Yeah. Okay, so we've discussed about the latest information, our latest updates on the conflict of Palestine and Israel conflict. I think over the past 1 hour,
right,
we've been trying to catch up with the latest sharing about what has happened on the over past, I should say, a week, right? Today is the 7th day of the 8th day of the conflict.
Right.
So,
but it's really hard to catch up with all the news because it is a volatile story that is unfolding before everyone's eyes. But hopefully today's live stream was able to get you up to speed with everything that has been happening, as Jessica said, over the past 7 days, but also more importantly, what is happening overnight and today morning. We will be keeping our eyes peeled on the ground, either with our network of journalists here at CGTN on the ground in Israel, in Gaza, to bring you the latest from the ground and give you more analysis and all the tools that you need to try to understand this ongoing conflict between Palestine and Israel. I think we're going to wrap up right now. This is all for us, me and Jessica here Thank you for watching us live from Beijing, and we will see you in another live stream. Take care, and thanks again for watching.
Thank you.
Thousands of Palestinians fled the north of the Gaza Strip on Saturday from the path of an expected Israeli ground assault. Let's take you live there. Here are some of the live footages we can pull for you from Gaza. Israel pounded the area with more airstrikes and said it would keep two roads open to let people escape until 4 p.m. local time, and that is 2 hours from now. The Israeli military's airstrike killed a senior Hamas commander allegedly involved in the last week's attacks. Once again, you're looking at live pictures on your screen from Gaza. The death toll in Gaza has risen to over 2,200, while over 1,300 have been killed in Israel. Israel's mass expulsion of civilians have sparked alarm from the United Nations and condemnation from the Arab League and regional countries like Turkey, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia. The WHO said basic health supplies for 300,000 people have been flown to the Egyptian border. Meanwhile, Israeli occupation forces killed 16 Palestinians in the West Bank on Friday. Other clashes this week at Israel's northern border with Lebanon have been deadliest since 2006. Let's get the latest. We can now go live to our correspondent, Noor Harazin. She is in Gaza for us. Thank you for joining us this hour, Noor. There's just 2 hours left for people to evacuate. What's the situation there on the ground? We understand that you have been evacuated from northern Gaza. What you have seen?
Well, 22 hours ago, basically, the Israeli military published on social media asking the people who are living in central Gaza City and also in northern Gaza to evacuate. They also, the Israeli warplanes, this paper that I'm holding in my hand is a brochure that the Israeli warplanes threw on the people who are residing in northern Gaza and also in Gaza City. It says clearly that
That was our correspondent Noor Harazin joining us from Gaza. Our connection isn't that great. We'll try to fix the problem and we'll try to get back to Noor once we can. In the meantime, we spoke to our Noor earlier. She and her family have just been forced to flee to southern Gaza. Let's take a look at her footage.
There is an ongoing series of Israeli airstrikes on Gaza, specifically on Gaza City, central Gaza City, and also northern Gaza. There is also Israeli raids in southern cities in Gaza like Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis and Rafah. But the intense strikes and shellings are on Gaza City and northern Gaza. The Israeli side just said that a chief in Hamas was killed in one of the Israeli airstrikes on the Gaza Strip. Right now I am at Al-Shuhada Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah, and I see in front of me a number of Palestinian families that came here this morning to identify the bodies of their loved ones that were killed during Israeli strikes on Gaza during the night. We can barely connect and call each other. Yesterday was one of the hardest days on me and my family, not only because I had to evacuate to southern Gaza, but because I had to basically choose between staying with my parents, my father and my mother. They decided to stay in our home in central Gaza City because they believe that this is a second Nakba for the Palestinian people and that people should not leave their homes, even if the Israeli airstrikes killed them or whatever. They should not leave their homes. And at the same time, I had to leave with my husband and my 2 children who are twins, 5 years old. And I had to leave to take care of them and to keep them safe in southern Gaza. It was such a hard experience. I mean, I am 33 years of age and I have never ever witnessed or thought that I will be witnessing and living something like that. Yesterday, I was one of the most lucky people to basically find a car. However, I saw hundreds, thousands of people taking this route on their feet.
Let's try to get back to Noor in Gaza. Noor, if you're with me, I'm so sorry to hear about what you have gone through in the past couple of days. Tell us more about what you are seeing around you. What are you hearing from people?
I am currently in southern Gaza. We are in Shuhada al-Aqsa Hospital that is located in Deir al-Balah. Deir al-Balah is one of the cities in southern Gaza. Hundreds of families took shelter in this hospital. Tens of media crews and media channels also took shelter here in this hospital since the morning, and we have been witnessing ambulances arriving to the hospitals carrying the bodies of people that were killed during Israeli airstrikes that struck southern Gaza during the day. So even that we evacuated to southern Gaza, hundreds of thousands of Palestinian families that left their homes in central Gaza and in northern Gaza came here to southern Gaza because they thought that it is a safe place. Actually, the Israeli warplanes targeted several homes and most of the people were killed, not only people from southern Gaza, but people who left their homes. They were taking shelter in these homes. We saw tens of bodies, people killed, children, their bodies are shredded. We cannot describe it by words. Actually, I'm losing words. I cannot describe the situation here in Shuhada al-Aqsa Hospital. We also saw that the hospital brought ice cream trucks to keep the bodies of those who were killed, because basically there is no room for the bodies in the hospitals anymore. According to the Palestinian Health Ministry, the death toll here in Gaza is up to 2,215, and the number is going up by each hour.
And Noor, some of the Palestinians have chosen not to flee to southern Gaza. I understand that include your parents. They're staying in central Gaza. Tell us more about those people's concerns.
Well, we're talking about hundreds of thousands that refused to leave their homes. As I said, my parents, they do believe that this is a second Palestinian Nakba. This is a second Palestinian catastrophe. And they said that they will not be leaving their homes because they don't want to make the mistake their parents did when they left their homes, thinking that they will be returning back, but actually they did not come back and they became basically Palestinian refugees. And this is true because what we went through yesterday and what we witnessed is so much like what our grandparents told us about the day of the Palestinian Nakba. For now, those people who are in Gaza City and in northern Gaza, most of them are taking shelter in the hospitals, in the UN schools, but even these places are not safe. I was talking previously about this paper, this brochure that the Israeli warplanes threw on the people of northern Gaza. It clearly says in this paper that even the shelters in central Gaza should be evacuated. So people are expecting that these shelters, and they are actually not shelters, they are UN schools. There is no shelters in Gaza, there is no place, so these places could actually be attacked by the Israeli warplanes.
And on your way to southern Gaza, what did you see? What were people saying about it? What do they expect in southern Gaza?
Well, people are leaving and they don't know actually if they will be coming back to their homes or not. And if they came back, will their homes be the way they left it, or it will be totally destroyed? We saw families, women and children walking barefoot. They did not even manage to collect some clothes or belongings, and they are just running to save their lives. And I saw them, as I said before, I was one of the luckiest people to get a car to transport me from northern Gaza to central Gaza. However, we're talking about thousands of people that do not get this opportunity, and I saw them taking this route, walking on their feet. It was such a heartbreaking thing to see. And we're talking about Gaza Strip. We're talking about more than 1.1 million people who are residing in northern Gaza that have to evacuate to southern Gaza, and there is no other transportation. There is no trains or airplanes or whatever. There is only cars and their foot, and basically because there is a tightened Israeli siege on Gaza, there is no fuel, so there is hardly only tens of cars that are actually working here in Gaza. It was such a, as I said before, heartbreaking and undescribable scene to witness.
It is heartbreaking to see the humanitarian situation there getting catastrophic. And earlier, as you were speaking, we were playing some of the footage that you were filming when you were on your way to southern Gaza. Thank you very much. Do stay safe for us, Noor, as the conflict is getting more deadly. Do take care. Noor Harazin live for us in Gaza. We now want to go to Ross Column, joining us from Tel Aviv. Ross, thank you so much for joining us. Israel's military says it plans to target underground Hamas hideouts around Gaza, but with some unable to relocate their safer areas. Will Israel still take action?
Israel wants to be able to crush and destroy Hamas, to use the words of the Israeli government, to eliminate the ruthless enemy. And so it may well go ahead with this ground incursion into Gaza in the coming hours or days. They've got this deadline now that they have put for Palestinians to move from the north of Gaza to the south of Gaza. And there have been calls from the United Nations for Israel to rescind that order, to withdraw that because they do believe this ground invasion could be coming. There may be a deal in the offing potentially to allow some dual nationals, Palestinian Americans for example, to exit the Gaza Strip to the south through the Rafah border crossing into Egypt. That's still being discussed at the moment, but it does seem, with the troops massing on the border and the number of tanks and military hardware, that there will be a ground incursion into Gaza.
And Israel is believed to be preparing a ground offensive. Help us understand, under what circumstances could Israel deploy troops in large numbers?
Well, it wants to be able to do that, to be able to wipe Hamas from the face of the earth. That's a quote, to use that from the Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. They certainly believe that the airstrikes alone, which have killed now more than 2,200 Palestinians in Gaza and wounded more than 8,500 people, those week of airstrikes, which began last Saturday, so a week ago today, after the mass killings, the kidnaps, murders, rapes and the brutal shootings by Hamas here inside Israel. They don't believe, the Defense Ministry, that airstrikes alone can help them satisfy those ambitions of eliminating Hamas, and so that ground incursion seems now very probable.
All right, appreciate the latest. Ross Column live for us in Tel Aviv. Thank you. The Gaza Strip has been under Israeli military occupation for 56 years. It's about 40 kilometers long and 12 kilometers wide, surrounded by Israel, Egypt, and the Mediterranean Sea. Gaza is one of the two territories, along with the West Bank, where Palestinians exercise limited self-government. But Israel controls Gaza's airspace and sea and has imposed a crushing blockade for 16 years. Egypt, which shares a border with Gaza, has largely joined that blockade, viewing Hamas as a threat to its own stability. In a 2023 report, UN agencies estimated that 58% of Gaza Strip residents required humanitarian assistance, with 29% of households living in extreme or catastrophic conditions. And CGTN spoke with media advisor of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees, Adnan Abu Hasna. He spoke about the current situation in Gaza, and he said Israel had bombed buildings housing the UN offices in Gaza. Take a listen.
As of Friday night, about 80 UNRWA schools were sheltering 137,000 displaced Palestinian refugees. This number will continue to rise over the next few hours. We expected to see more than 200,000 Palestinians coming to take refuge here. They come to these schools for a safer shelter, where they are provided with food, water, and electricity, and healthcare, as well as psychological support for those displaced refugees who have nothing. 18 facilities of the UNRWA in various areas of the Gaza Strip were damaged. Yesterday, UNRWA headquarters was also shut down, as it was severely damaged by the bombing of surrounding buildings. The office of the Commissioner General and the headquarters office was completely shut down.
The High Representative at the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Joseph Borrell, shared his view on the Israel-Palestine conflict at a news conference held in Beijing. He said it is unrealistic for Palestinians in Gaza to move within the Israeli military's 24-hour deadline.
Certainly, civilians must be pre-warned, must be alerted about incoming military operations in order to allow them to leave, which is what Israel has done. But such warnings and the expected move that they should produce over large parts of the population, we are talking about 1 million people, must be realistic. And certainly this is utterly unrealistic that 1 million people can move in 24 hours.
Welcome to The World Today on CGTN. I'm Li Chouyan in Beijing. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has held a phone talk with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. The talks were requested by the United States. Blinken spoke about his ongoing visit to the Middle East region and explained the U.S. position on the conflict between Israel and Palestine. Wang said major countries should be objective and impartial and take the lead in abiding by international law. China will continue to promote peace and negotiations in accordance with the basic principles put forward by President Xi Jinping. He urged the U.S. side to play a constructive role in bringing the issue back to the track of political settlement. Blinken said the United States supports the two-state solution, supports the role of the United Nations in alleviating the situation and providing humanitarian assistance, and is willing to strengthen communication and coordination with China. The two sides also briefly exchanged views on bilateral relations. They agreed to promote China-U.S. relations back to the track of stable development. And many Palestinians have fled the north of the Gaza Strip ahead of an expected Israeli invasion. Israel's 24-hour deadline for 1 million people to leave expired just minutes ago. Israel and Egypt say they have agreed to let foreign citizens leave Gaza via the Rafah border crossing. Over 2,200 people have been killed in Gaza, while the Israeli death toll remains at around 1,300. Israel's mass expulsion of civilians sparked words of alarm from the United Nations and condemnation from the Arab League and regional neighbors, including Turkey, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia. The WHO say basic health supplies for 300,000 people have been flown to the Egyptian border. On Friday, Israeli occupation forces killed 16 Palestinians in the West Bank. And other clashes this week near Israel's northern border with Lebanon have been the deadliest since 2006. The Israeli military says 1 million Palestinians should leave the north of the Gaza Strip without delay. It says it plans to target underground Hamas hideouts in Gaza City. Our correspondent Russ Cullum has more from Tel Aviv.
Israel wants to be able to crush and destroy Hamas, to use the words of the Israeli government, to eliminate the ruthless enemy. And so it may well go ahead with this ground incursion into Gaza in the coming hours or days. They've got this deadline now that they have put for Palestinians to move from the north of Gaza to the south of Gaza. And there have been calls from the United Nations for Israel to rescind that order, to withdraw that because they do believe this ground invasion could be coming. There may be a deal in the offing potentially to allow some dual nationals, Palestinian Americans for example, to exit the Gaza Strip to the south through the Rafah border crossing into Egypt. That's still being discussed at the moment, but it does seem, with the troops massing on the border and the number of tanks and military hardware, that there will be a ground incursion into Gaza.
Let's get the latest. Let's go live to Noor Harazin for us in Gaza. Noor, thank you for joining us this hour. Now, the 6-hour window Israel set for Gazans to move south has just ended. What does the situation on the ground look like now?
Well, I am standing in Shuhada al-Aqsa Hospital, which is located in Deir al-Balah in southern Gaza, and this is where basically the Israeli military asked Gazans to evacuate. And what we are witnessing right now is whole families, children, women arriving to the hospitals. The Israeli warplanes attacked, airstriked a home that belonged to Abu Jbara family located in Deir al-Balah in southern Gaza. We saw whole families. I myself saw children, at least 10 children under the age of 5, with their heads cut off, their bodies. If you can see around me, we can still see the ambulances arriving to the Shuhada al-Aqsa Hospital, mostly women, mostly children. I mean, this is undescribable. This is like a massacre. The number that was published from the Palestinian Health Ministry is that the death toll here in Gaza is up to 2,215 Palestinians. But me standing right here in the hospital, I can clearly tell you that the number is going up every hour. More injuries arrive to the hospital. Here is an ambulance full of children. I can see the children where I'm standing. The situation is undescribable. Whole families, children under the rubble, children being killed. I have never witnessed anything like that. I've been covering escalations on Gaza for years now. And what we're witnessing right now is whole massacres. These ambulances are arriving from Abu Jbara family, one of the families that reside in Deir al-Balah city, which is located in southern Gaza, where hundreds of thousands of family from northern Gaza, basically, and from central Gaza City evacuated to this city because they thought that they will be safe, and this is a shelter for them, because this is what was published by the Israeli military for the residents of Gaza and northern Gaza to move to cities in southern Gaza. However, what we were saying from the morning while I am here in Shuhada Al-Aqsa hospital is hundreds of people, hundreds of children. I'm losing the words. More ambulances arrived to the hospital. It's a total chaos here in the hospital, and adding to all of this is that the Gaza Strip is under a siege. No fuel, no medicine, no medical supplies are entering the Gaza Strip. So the hospitals are basically suffering while receiving more injuries and more people killed.
Noor, take a deep breath. I want you to be safe. If you don't feel safe on the street, feel free to go any minute. I'm not sure how much longer we can have you reporting for us there, but while we can still have you, talk to us more about how did it happen. Does this mean that attacks are happening in southern Gaza as we speak?
Yes. I'm in Shuhada Al-Aqsa hospital, and most of the people arriving, all of the people arriving, are people that were killed or injured during Israeli strikes in their homes in Deir al-Balah, which is located in southern Gaza, just where the Israeli military asked the Palestinian citizens to head for their safety. And as you can see behind me and around me, there is actually nowhere safe here in Gaza. And we're not talking about militants, we're talking about whole families, children and women. Their homes were attacked while these people were inside their homes. And we're not only talking about people who are from Deir al-Balah inside their homes, but we're talking about these people were taking in people who came from Gaza and from northern Gaza to take shelters in their homes. Look at the children, babies, months old.
Incredible.
Mostly women and children. This baby is dead. They are taking him to the fridge, basically, because he's dead. They are not bothering even taking him to the hospital because he's not injured. He's dead. This is the situation from my side now. This is how southern Gaza looks.
Horrifying and horrific scenes where babies are killed. And as you said, these victims are not from northern Gaza. They're killed and injured after they were evacuated to southern part of Gaza.
More women. And all of this, all of these people that you're saying came from an airstrike on just one home. Abu Jbara family, that they were taking shelter in their home in southern Gaza, while other families also evacuated to their home, feeling safe, thinking that it will be a shelter for them. But as you saw, we are reporting their death.
And Noor, when did this happen? Did this happen after the deadline set by the Israeli side? Right after the deadline?
Sorry?
Noor, you know what? I'm going to let you
This
go.
happened just like half an hour ago. And it does not matter if it's before or after the deadline, because basically these people are in southern Gaza. It's the safe place that the Israeli military asked the people of Gaza to evacuate to. So even before or after the deadline, they are supposedly in the safe area.
And obviously, this is a land that nowhere is safe right now. But before I let you go, very quickly, Noor, Egypt and Israel have agreed to let foreign citizens leave the Gaza Strip through the Rafah crossing. Do we know anything about it? Are foreign citizens leaving?
Well, yes, the embassies for hundreds of Palestinians here in Gaza who are holding other nationalities asked them to head to the Rafah border this morning. However, while we're speaking now, these people are still outside of Rafah border. They are still waiting the border to open. However, no one managed to leave the Gaza Strip. We're talking about more than 400 people who are holding the Palestinian nationality and also other nationalities, American, other nationalities, but they're stuck in Gaza, even though their embassies asked them to head to the border this morning, but actually they're still stuck in Gaza. Egypt did not open the Rafah border for those people who are inside Gaza. While I'm speaking to you now, we can still hear the ambulances coming inside the Shuhada Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah. Here is a new group of people.
Okay, Noor.
These injuries are shredded, so they put them basically in blankets to carry their body parts.
Yes, I understand. It's a lot to take in, Noor.
This is the situation from my side.
Yes, I'm going to let you go now, Noor. Please do stay safe. Take shelter. Thank you so much, Noor. Noor Harazin live for us on the ground there, reporting on the horrific, horrifying scenes where children and women were killed. Now, the United Nations office in Geneva said the transfer of 1 million people in 24 hours was impossible without devastating humanitarian consequences. Our Julia Labova has more.
The United Nations office in Geneva says it continues to follow the situation for civilians in Gaza and in Israel. The United Nations urges Palestinian armed groups to stop the use of indiscriminate projectiles and attacks against civilians. It also urges Israel to respect the human rights law in its military operations.
It is absolutely crucial that Israeli leaders make it unambiguously clear that military operations must be conducted in full compliance with international law.
The UN also said that Israeli authorities announced that the entire population of Gaza, north of Wadi Gaza, should relocate to southern Gaza. This amounts to approximately 1.1 million people and to all UN staff and those sheltered in UN facilities, including schools and health centers.
This order is affecting more than 1 million Palestinians, including children, older and sick people, forcing them to relocate with little or no transport and with scant guarantees for their safety, amid continuing hostilities. We echo the Secretary General's spokesperson's call for this to be rescinded, avoiding a calamitous situation.
At the same time, the United Nations has made an urgent appeal for nearly $300 million to address the most urgent needs of more than 1.2 million people in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. Julia Lyubova, CGTN, Geneva, Switzerland.